Good night, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to Transmission64 2025.
I mean, all around the world, of course. First, I was kind of getting scared. Good night. Did we do anything here? Yeah, indeed. Welcome, everyone. 29th of November and Transmission64, again, the annual one and only online Commodore 64 demo party.
Indeedly, dude.
So we have a very exciting evening ahead. And, well, we had some sneak peeks into some of the entries, but we won't spoil you with anything, we promise.
Yeah, there's a bunch of very, very nice SID tunes to listen to, which is the first compo that we will run. And a bunch of very nice demos and anything in between with PETSCII and graphics and 4K demos and all of that.
Yeah, and well, we got into the middle of it so quickly that we didn't even introduce ourselves. How rude. Sorry about that. So,
hello, I'm Slaygon of that there Slay Radio. We have that sort of thing. A name, that is.
Wow, that was an introduction. Well, in a nutshell, Slaygon founded Slay Radio, the home of Commodore 64 remixes, in '99. And ish. Yes, and he also maintains a lot of infrastructure for his own group, Sensor Design.
I do. And if you've heard of Sensor Design, you probably if you're here, you probably heard of Sensor Design, is what I wanted to say. But
probably,
failed.
Maybe, ever
probably,
so slightly,
maybe.
Yeah. Probably. So, and what else you could tell about yourself?
Well, I've been active on the Commodore 64 scene since like mid-80s somewhere. Like mentioned, I'm in the group Sensor Design, and this Transmission64 is organized by our friends in Padua. So thank you so much, Padua, for doing all of this. It's always a pleasure to be sitting here and hosting all of this. So big hand to the behind the scenes guys. We'll get back to those at the end of the show as well. Yes, the guys behind the scenes. You know, the guys with the cables and buttons and all of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, anyway, yes. And I'm Ziona. I'm a demo singer since '98, and I didn't have the pleasure to join the Commodore 64 scene in the '80s because, well, I was born in the '80s, and I grew up first with the ZX Spectrum. But the Commodore 64 love came a bit later when I heard the first Commodore 64 remixes, starts of 2000s. And well, then, of course, I started to listen to originals and I understood the beauty of chip music immediately after that. And this is how it all started. And that's how I'm sitting here right now. So occasionally making music and DJ sets. And of course, also from Commodore 64 and Amiga remixes.
Yes. So, and on Slay Radio, we play Commodore 64 remixes. So recreated in a modern DAW with modern instrumentation and all of that. And it's streaming 24/7, including on YouTube and on our own relays. So slay.radio if you want to head over there and have a check.
Yes, and well, it's. I think it's worth to talk about after the introduction about our little schedule for today. That's not that little, actually. It's quite long. So let's see what we have ahead of us with this evening. Shortly, we will have an interview with Mason of the transfer team, master cracker of the scene and games and preserving C64 games with proper cracking.
Yes, put the discs in formaldehyde.
Yes, he's the preservative. Indeed. Then around 5:30, we have a music competition with great entries. At 6:30, we will have PETSCII and basic one-liner competition. 7 o'clock, ish, we will have our second talk with Gideon Zweijtzer. I hope that I'm pronouncing his name right. Not really sure about that, but Marcel will correct us.
Should have asked either Gideon or Marcel to record.
Yeah, exactly.
His last name there.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, yes, Marcel Donné will interview Gideon. And at 7:30, we have screen fader and graphics, followed by Go to AT, the first act of the evening at 8 o'clock. So musical acts, be prepared. And 8:30, already started the groove. Yeah, I see that. Okay, 8:30, we have 4K demo and demo compose. At 9:30, we have Zyron and Paramiamix. And 9:45, voting closes, but the music goes on.
Or 9:45, as it's commonly known.
Well, okay.
Or 9:45.
You know. Too many languages error in my head. And yes, so voting will close at 9:45. Very important. Also very important how you can get vote keys, because that would be an important part of the party.
T64.to/vote.
Yes, and you can also whisper to Unlock on Twitch to ask for vote keys there. So
good place to actually mention that this is an online only party, and the more votes we get on all of the categories or the compos, the better. Then we get a more fair result. So please go and vote. T64.to/vote. If you don't have an account, you can easily create one on there.
Yes, so T64.to/vote, and you can register using your xparty.net account if you have one, xparty.net/T64, or obtain the vote code via, I mentioned already, whisper to Unlock on Twitch. Keyword is unlock VTG. Ask in the Transmission64 channel on the Padua C64 Discord, which is T64.to/Discord. And you can also write an email to keys@transmission64.com. Of course, allow some time when the key will arrive to you, because that is not instant. So
yes, if you want to keep up with the schedule and whatnot, T64.to/TT. There's a lot of T64.to links right here.
Yeah, so should we?
Also, worth mentioning, these very, very pretty, nice T-shirts, maybe not this particular one, this is the organizer one, will be available on T64.to/merch, and there's a Cyber Monday delay.
Yeah, there's a delay.
Just click on the top button for a 25% off thingy.
Yes, so click button on top for, 25% off. And of course, everyone probably knows by now that Black Friday was yesterday, so Cyber Monday coming up on Monday, obviously, and it's Black Week and it's Black Month, and, you know, everything is black
and your
nowadays.
Your email mailbox is full of deals, so at least you heard this one right here on the stream. Also, shout out to Compo, which is right here in Gothenburg. We are sitting in Gothenburg right now, and Experience 2025 in Hungary right now. So hello,
fellas. Yes,
fellow party people.
Fellow party people everywhere. It's just impossible to pick a weekend when there is no other party, right?
Exactly.
Yep. So, the important shortcuts we probably went through, but probably worth to mention them again. So T64.to/watch is the Twitch stream. That's the short link to that. T64.to/vote is the registration and voting. T64.to/TT is the timetable. So just in case you want to follow what's going on. Yes, T64.to/Discord is the Discord channel where we are going to also probably chat, or I don't know if we will be, probably we will
Yeah,
try to monitor it a little bit at least.
The main chat will be on Twitch.
Yes. So
and also, if you're gonna spread just a one URL, spread the Twitch stream URL t64.to/watch.
Yes, but also the recording of the party will be available on YouTube later on at t64.to/YT, which is YouTube. So, and then the /merch, don't forget about that, t64.to/merch, where you can get all these beautiful t-shirts of Transmission64, also with just the logo, without the cat, with the cat, whatnot. So it's the only online C64 demo party, so very unique, and we are absolutely honored to host it again. Thank you, guys. Okay, and well, we are kind of dangerously approaching 4:30, right?
I think we'll run a couple of slides and then head over to the first item on the schedule. Item is ready. So we shall go straight into the first talk I believe we are heading to.
Yes. So first talk is with Mason, who is a well-respected and legendary figure in the Commodore 64 scene, particularly known for his sophisticated cracking skills and, of course, C64 Heaven project for preserving properly cracked games as well. And definitely looking forward to that. Wasn't part of that world just yet in the 80s, and I'm missing that, but yeah.
Yeah, and he's being interviewed by one of the core members of the HVSC team, Waz.
Yes. Also worth mentioning, if anyone wouldn't know what HVSC is the high voltage SID collection, which has over 50,000 something SIDs by now, and it gets updated every half year. So every music that was made on the Commodore 64 ever, and it wasn't kept in the drawers of the author, it ends up in HVSC. I don't want to point fingers here. Yes. So yes.
But yes, and to find HVSC, hvsc.c64.org.
Yeah. And I just mentioned this because I just recently met someone who didn't know what HVSC is. So I think it's always important to kind of repeat this thing. And I guess we are ready with to the talk with Mason, right? Are we?
Yes, we are. So, and it's queued up and ready to go.
Let's go with it then.
See you on the other side.
Enjoy.
I hear the magic button. Right. Welcome to Transmission64, Commodore 64 fans around the world. This is Warren Pilkington, aka Waz of Padua, and with me we have Mason of the transfer team, who's going to divulge about all things transfer and archival and the role that the transfer team has currently in the Commodore 64 scene. So for the benefit of the viewers at home, Mason, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Mason. I'm, as you said, in the transfer team, and I have been active in the C64 scene since the 80s. And I had a break, of course, in the 90s, as Manis did, and came back in the end of the 90s and started to preserve a bit, doing a little bit of helping a little bit of sceners with cracking and explaining what to do and everything. Special kind is that I actually in the 80s did the computer radio programs. And if you sometimes see videos telling, wow, there was radio programs transmitting programs over FM, we did that too. And we actually also played the SID songs in the 80s.
So basically, when you were younger, how did you get involved with the C64 scene? So where was your kind of start story? You know, when did you first get your Commodore 64? How did you progress from there?
I actually get my Commodore C64 when I was 13. My family could see I have a big interest in computing. And one of my other big interests is cooking. And at that time, we were talking about if I should perform and be a better chef, or I should go with the IT way. And because the people who was working in the restaurant business was very violent and yelling and everything we were talking about, it was better I went to the IT way. So I got my computer at that time, the C64, and a tape deck at that time. And a year later, I got a disk drive. And one day, one of my friends, actually one of the guys that did Moonsoft with, was asking me if I wanted to go to visit a friend. And that was the Goonies, who was very active on C64 and also very active on Amiga. And I was talking to the Goonies many years later, because he started to be active on Facebook and he started to do the retro console market and everything. And I was saying, well, I remember we visited you. I remember the moving vans outside your house, the wine red ones. And he was like, then you have been there. I was sure, and I could tell him where it was. I could remember it. And we actually visited him, and he was sitting to crack a game, and I was like, that sounds interesting. And I started to play a little bit with it, and when I got the more interest for it, I wasn't the guy who wanted to do the speed tracking and the first releases. I want to do the quality and more try to find out how it worked and do some special stuff for it.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I think, you know, for me, sort of one of my memories is basically when I had a Commodore 64 was getting my first action replay cartridge. And obviously that opened up a lot of things, because you could do have a machine code monitor, you could like sort of delve into the code a bit more. So, and that was how I eventually got sort of doing tips and pokes, because I could like work my way around a monitor a little bit and learn from it, as we all do. We all learn, right?
Yeah.
So
I also had my boss, because I also worked with radio and have done that for over 40 years. This is a little bit different because I was 10 when I was starting. And at some point I was starting to be on a radio station, and the boss there was having a company next to it, and actually was the guy who did the Danjoy joystick, which is a Danish joystick. People can find it on the internet if they want to see it. And if Andreas from C64 is watching it, I know he loves the joystick because he thinks it have an ugly design.
I know Andreas well. I am sure he will approve.
Yeah, and I know we talked about it several times. He said, how did he do that design? So I learned a lot from him, and he was in the week clubs and everything. So I learned really a lot of things from him, not the cracking part, but more the hardware and everything.
So how did that sort of love of the coding and love of machine code, how did that then turn into becoming like someone who would be interested in preservation efforts? Was that stemming from your work on radio and your interest there, or was it more just learning, like you say before, you were saying about qualities of coding and cracking, whether that was more your ilk because you felt that the quality needed to be there as well?
Yeah, it's also the quality, but I was working at a library at that time, and at the library they started to talk about digital preservation, and starting to talk about how could we preserve old radio shows and TV shows and everything. And I actually bumped into a meeting because I was sitting at our IT room and used the meeting table there. And I was going to the fridge that was behind because I need to get a Coke. And then I went to the big whiteboard and saw the calculation and said, oh, it did it wrong. You need to add 3 times, because there was one track for one station, one track for the second, and another track for the third, and the clock. So we actually changed it there, and I started to get more and more interesting in it. And I saw things got started on internet, and people started to preserve the C64 stuff. Sadly, most of it was local imports from different places. Still, there was some original stuff, but I had the point that I think it could be great to preserve the story.
Yeah,
And that's how it started. And of course, I knew a lot of friends, and I started to ask them, oh, do you still have your discs? Can I borrow them and transfer them? And I did. We used the star command in the beginning, and left that, and I will tell about the transferring tools a little bit later, but we actually started the star commander.
So moving on to the transfer team, what is the main goal of the transfer team group?
The main goal for the transfer team is to transfer disk for people. So we actually, sometimes we of course buy something, but often we borrow it. And from owners, seniors, sometimes it stuff they bought with other computers and everything. And for us, the question is how to get it transferred in the most correct way. So we get less errors, or get it transferred correctly if it needs a nibble transfer or something different, because we need to make sure it's done correctly. Then there's the part about putting it online. And sometimes we get permission, because it's always the owner who decides what's going to happen with the transfer disks. So if they're private disks, we don't give them away. Sometimes we get permission to take the releases, official releases from the disks, and put them on CSDB. But on other occasions, we say, well, it's the owner who decides it. Other people say, well, you have transferred them, you can put them online on the movers thread on CSDB. And people usually do that, but they have to do it because we are only the practical people who doing the transfer.
You're the ones that are basically facilitating that work and carrying out that work for somebody. And ultimately, like you say, if it's their kind of work, then you want to kind of respect that regardless. So moving to that, how does that fit into the sort of broader C64 and demo scene communities in terms of the fact that, you know, if you are given permission by the requester to archive and publish, how will that then fit into the scene as a whole?
It actually fits very well, because if you're going to make them public, the owner often put them on CSDB in the movers thread. Otherwise, usually CBA starts to put them online on CSDB, being very active. And that happens often because many of those people who have that disk is actually happy to get their story preserved and get their stuff online.
Yeah, excellent.
And I had people I met at X party. I had a guy coming to me and said, well, I have 20 disks here. It's my coding disks. I have one I really want to get to work. I said, no problem. We're going to have a look at it. Came back to me in 30 minutes and I will have a look. And then he came back after 30 minutes and I said, well, here's all 20 disks. I have one disk with one error, and that's an empty track. So all your disks is preserved. Yeah, but I tried some years ago. It was full of errors. So I said, yeah, but we did it, and that's the knowledge we got for transferring, because we also get a lot of knowledge for transferring the disks using the correct tools, also how to clean them and make sure what we are going to do with the disks. And after we started using Star Commander, we started to use the replay to transfer the disks, and later on we moved on to use Luigi's ISC host, because that's actually a tool he did the hardware, and he started to ask us, how do we want to get the tool made?
Yeah.
And he made a lot of features for us. A lot of features was added because we had the requests. And one of the simple things is that if we have a totally unreadable disk, we also have a function to say we take out the directory track, we take the sys lines so we can see what's on the disk. Then we can decide, do we need to work hard on it? Because if we can see it's 4 demos that's released on, let's say, a Horizon party, there's a big chance you can find them on many of collections. But sometimes you also sit with disks that only had this one. And then we have to open the disk and try to wash it and clean it and everything.
Tough job, that one. So obviously, apart from your good self, and obviously we've mentioned Andreas Wallström of C64.com, obviously transferring disks and archiving disks is a quite large task overall. So are there multiple members of the transfer team? And maybe just give us an insight into each of the members and their roles.
Yep. Actually, we have say many members. CBA and Acid Child and MTZ and me is actually say the four who works a lot of it. Andreas is also doing a big part of the job. Kavi is doing the big part of the job. Sometimes he helps us. We have Maestro in the UK helping us if it's needed. We have a little problem getting discs out of UK, so he actually
I get
us,
that. I get it the other way when I'm trying to get stuff from Europe into the UK. It's a lot trickier now. So yeah, I completely empathise on that one.
So we have a lot of people helping us, and we also have other people who's not say part of the team, but actually have the interest in the hardware or in the discs or something like that. If it's special written or something like that, we have people like Marco who's usually goes with us at X and say, "This is interesting." He starts to study it.
Are there any other pieces of hardware and software that is really useful for you as a team to help transfer that media over?
Yeah, we're using the DC2N also for the tapes, but for the discs, we always use Luigi's IC host and the software for it. We have he made a version who can do the nibble transfers, so we can get nib files and G64 files out of it. Otherwise, we have used I can't remember the tool for it because it's usually not me who's doing those nibble transfers. I'm actually the guy because I have the advantage that since I have been looking at a lot of the games, I can say this one I know have to be special transferred. And then MDZ is actually doing a great job. He's the guy who, if you have the arrow discs, he do a lot of work to get them to work. And then he did the C64 search tool that you can find on CSDB, and we use it to import the discs and search for the missing lists. We have a missing list on the digital dungeon where you can see what's missing of cracks, demos, Macs, and tools and everything to make sure if we see there's a missing release, we can try to work hard on it to get it preserved so we don't miss it. And sometimes we, if it's discs that is bought, we usually ask the owner who bought them if we could get those 2 or 3 discs, because the guy who owned it doesn't have a history for them. So we keep them and try to work hard on them later on.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's mostly the tools we're using today, because we have the functionality in the IC host. We have the arrow retransfer. This doesn't try to transfer the whole disk, because if the disk is bad and it starts to lose the top cover of it, then we can't read it anymore. So we have to work on the special track that's bad or the 2 tracks that's bad. So that's actually how we do it. And I know there's a lot of other tools people can use, and just have to say the most important thing is that you have the arrow block, because if you don't have the arrow block, we can't make sure it works. And we can't.
Without that, you need, like you say, you need that accuracy, and having the error block in place is kind of essential, right?
Yeah. Also because we didn't have an arrow block on the C64, on the disc, on the tapes. So we just have to make sure if they work. But the more copies we get, we can make sure that we have the right one. And the second part is that we get the discs transferred, and if we know it's bad, we know the existence of it and can put it on the missing lists.
And also, as well, I suppose, as well, that can be documented so that if you've tried a transfer before and you know that there may be bad discs, bad sectors, etc., that's also noted so that if you are on the lookout for it, you know there's been a transfer attempted. So in terms of the challenges that are faced when you were transferring discs or tapes or cartridges, are there any particular challenges that make the transfer trickier?
Actually, if the discs have been wet over the time, so they have been stored in a wet place, you get dried stuff on the discs, and you have to clean them. Dirt is not is mostly you can clean. You have some discs that's very, very dirty, And I usually say that in the Netherlands, you can use the NASA discs, and that those discs are really bad. Not that back when, but because they start to lose part of the material. So we have to sometimes really work hard to get them to work. I have a funny part of it that I say, if I transfer some Danish discs, like auction discs are bought on the used pages. We don't use eBay here, we use DBA, and there's some other stuff. But if you get those, I usually say that there's a big chance that when you see those, you find a carry release that I haven't seen before. So when people say, I don't have anything special on the discs, it's not true. You usually find something on the discs.
Everything is special. It's just like you say, you have to find it. And that can sometimes be particularly tricky. If you've got a minefield of, like, say, 30 or 40 discs to wade through and find that one missing piece, that can obviously be time consuming. So in terms, you've mentioned about the accuracy and integrity of those transfers, which is absolutely important. I completely agree. So in terms of actually preserving that software and data, how important do you and the team see that as a task that you do?
It's very important because we need to get the story preserved. That's a big story. I usually say there's of course a big story for the crackers, all the cracks and all the different intros, but there's also a big story for the demos and the Macs and the tools. And if you look at some of the people who did the stuff, actually did some special stuff later on in their work days now, because I think we can say everyone learned something from their days in the C64 scene. I know some people who left it totally and don't work with computers and anything, but I have other people who worked with it and actually did special things for the nowadays jobs. And so I think we learned everything from that period, because we just have to sit down and try. There wasn't anywhere we could go look and say, how do we do it? How can we do it? We have to learn it ourselves. Well, we could get some disc and get inspired and look how others did it, but we didn't get everything. So we had to try and see how it could work. And I think we used a lot of that learning in our nowadays jobs, because we used to that say, it's not mentioned any there. We have to find a solution. And I hear that from a lot of the old sceners. So they're actually happy because they did something special for the days in the scene, and they want to keep it preserved. So it's very important to get it done. And for others, it's also important because many people haven't seen everything. I haven't seen everything. And it's fun to sit down and watch some old demos from the 80s, and you sit and say, hey, I have seen that guy. He did my favorite game on PC in the 90s. I didn't know he did a demo, or he did some graphics and everything. So everything gets some use out of it, because you get a history preserved. And you can see that they started to talk about preserving it around in Europe, different countries, to make sure that the subculture is kept. So they actually started looking at it everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Certainly, you know, it's snapshot of what someone was doing at the time. You know, if they were moving on to greater things and they actually were developing at the time and they were learning their coding skills or whatever, it's obviously quite important that, like you say, the history is preserved. So if you have, say, a lot of discs or cassettes that you have at once, is there any particular method that you would have to try and prioritize anything, or is it just as it comes in, you process it and you do the transfers that you need?
We transfer everything. We have a rule saying we transfer everything, and we have to do it because we don't have to check some. So we can say, well, I have seen this demo on a disk, but the fourth file is bad, but we didn't check it because we just know it was there. So we have to transfer everything, and we usually do it as we get it in, but sometimes we also get some discs that we know we have for some limited period. Like we know we have some discs at our places now that we have to return, we bought at X. So we know at next X, we have to make sure they're done. Of course they're done, but we have to make sure that we do the ones first that we need to return. So if I get some discs and I don't have to return them, I can put them in the behind and say, well, I have the other discs first. But we usually try to get everything done as fast as possible.
Excellent. I mean, obviously, a lot of that work that you do is benefiting generally the demo scene and the scene in general in terms of the archival work. So in all the years you've been doing some discs transfers, has there been really any like notable discoveries or really rare finds that you've managed to find during the transfer process that is a particularly good story to tell?
I have many good stories to tell. One of the latest we actually had was there's a demo group called Alpha, and those demos are really, really, really hard to find. They're never shown off discs, and that was broken on CSDB. And I got 3 big gray boxes on disc from a good old scene friend, and he said, "That's discs I got when I bought the computers and everything, and I have the discs I need, so you can have them and transfer them." And we found the discs. And we found the 2 of the alpha releasing that was missing. So we always find interesting stuff. I also find a lot of Akari stuff. I never knew the Danish Akari division imported so much stuff. I have seen some of it, but I had never seen that did so much. And I was so lucky. I have also always been a good friend to Derbyshire Ram until he died. And I had contact with Derbyshire Ram in the 80s and in the 90s, and he was actually really good to transfer some discs for me before he died. And he took the UK groups and transferred those releases because we knew there wasn't everywhere. And I found stuff from S Express. This wasn't one of the groups. I actually did a lot, but didn't get spread a lot. The British Excess was a good example. NATO releases, I found document cracking service releases and everything. And also we find some demos from the UK that he also got on the discs. Luckily, they did a project after he died to transfer also all the discs. And I know the people did a huge job because there was plenty of discs to do. And also was put online on CSDB so people can enjoy them and try to sort them. And besides what I found and what was special for me, I know that the demo people also found a lot of English demos. I had friends who actually, when I talked to them, say, well, I don't think you can find much of my stuff because it's not well spread. And one day it pops up, I send a release to a friend. I say, well, was this the release you were missing? Yeah, no one has it. Well, you have it now because it was on the discs. And that's actually like you found the stuff and say, well, that's cool. We found a demo from this group on that group, or we found a crack from Akari, a Legend, or Success, or Illusion, or anything else. But what actually makes it better is when you talk to people and they say, oh, you find this release. I have been searching for it for years. And I have some special ones. I don't have them on the missing list because I only got told about them, but I never got them. Confirmed. And I was speaking to Westbam, who was in Legend, and he passed away many years ago. And I actually wrote to him 1.5 weeks before he passed away, because we were talking about the Legend releases. He wanted to find them all, and he also did the Legend review page that the Jazzcat had preserved and keeps online today. And I was talking to him and said, oh, you have to find the Myth cartridge crack we did for Legend. I haven't found it yet, and I still hope I found it because I knew it had something special for him. And that's what counts for me, is that the people who gets happy because we found some of their stories and some of their releases and say, I remember this release. This was special for me. And I have it the same way for my own releases. I have to say, well, I'm happy to see this release. So if I found some of my own, I don't have all my own stuff, sadly. I did over the years. But if I found some of it, I always get happy to see it again. And like we missed Streetov, he passed away not a long time ago, and I was writing to Streetov and said, "Hey, I found one of your cracks for Miracle." He was like, "Where did you find it?" Because he didn't have it, and he was very happy we found it.
So in terms of any upcoming sort of recent projects or goals, obviously it's an ongoing thing to archive and transfer, but is there any kind of special project in the pipeline that is forthcoming, or is it just an ongoing process?
It's an ongoing process, but as it's also a side project I wanted to finish. I haven't had time to do the C64 Heaven project. And that's actually because I want to put the stories behind it. You can say you have some sites who like Lemon64, who's doing a great job. Let me say, if you look at the page, remember to donate a small amount of money to the run the website. Like, do that for CSTB also, because they do it for free and we have to support them. But and they do the story about the games and reviews and how was it in the max and how was it reviewed and everything. I want to do it like tell the story from the scene angel and say, well, I want to tell a little bit about the stories, tell a little about, so of course a small story about the game, but also I know some of the stories and I got told some of the stories from the game when it was released, and people did this review or this was stolen on PCW show and everything. And I have got told many stories. I know them from the days in the scene and everything. So for me, it's very important that project I really want to finish. And people say, why don't you finish it? And that's actually because we are using so much time transferring disks. We have transferred so many disks for people to make sure it gets preserved. Also because we can't say when the disk stops working. Like you said, the disk on Amiga and Atari ST rots. We never know if they rot. The C64 disks. They look good now, and we can find disks that's 40 years old and they still look good if they're kept dry and clean. But we never know how long they will last. We have a good chance because the way the tracks are stored makes it good, and we know from the tape backup world that it's a stable media. If you remember the 80s CDs just start to crack now, and people who did backup on CDs actually have to find other sources because we can't be sure it works in 20 years. And that's the same for us. We don't know when the discs are done. We can say, well, 20 years and it works. 5 years, 10 years, we don't know how long they will last.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for us, we have to do it. A little bit special project. It's not like a project that will finish up to anything. But when you sit and transfer also those discs and see what comes online and everything, it's fun to see how things spread all over the world. So you can see if you get them from Germany, it's of course many German groups, but it's like there was a little bit the middle. So they got from Denmark and they got from the Netherlands and from Switzerland and from Austria and everything. And you can then follow the tasks around and say who had the contacts and where does this group's demos go? How did it get spread? And that's actually funny to follow.
Yeah, it's quite like you say, it's almost like follow the trail of discs. So obviously in the mid-80s, we had CompuNet here in the UK, where you had a dial-up modem, you'd access the CompuNet that way, you'd download your demos from there and transfer them to discs. And obviously people in Europe got access to it, and obviously that's how some of the people like Maniacs and Noise got got to know some of the UK guys because they were uploading stuff to there and, you know, sharing discs, etc. So there's always been a collaborative effort. So I think certainly for me, it's in that side of it's fascinating to sort of see, you know, here's somebody releasing a demo, they've uploaded it to here or they've transferred it to here. Where did it go from there? How did that get spread? So I certainly think that's fascinating. I would agree on that one.
It's really fascinating to see. And sometimes I sit and say, well, how did it end here? And I was actually found one of my own cracks found it on Hungary discs. And I said, how did it end here? I never seen my own releases on Hungarian discs. But when you go to do this, you get a lot of stories told over the time, and people tell how they got it or how they spread it. And I have a good friend Henrik, who's actually I was have contact to in the 80s, and we got contact with each other again because we have met to some meetings, and we have met at the video console market and everything. And we actually started to talk a little bit about those old days and how it worked. And sometimes we try to look back on the groups we had, and as many people know, I was one of the guys who was with X-Ray as Crossfire, and he wasn't that popular all the time and changed the handle very often. So we usually have, when we talk about something, we say, well, it's the unofficial handle or it's the official handle. We usually point out.
Yeah, exactly. But it's those little nuances that really make, you know, that history like, you know, preservable and actually enjoyable, isn't it? So if, say, there are people out there who want to get involved or want to support the efforts that you do, how can they get involved?
Actually, the best is if they want to help transferring and they have some disks to transfer, make sure to do it within an hour block. Make sure we get a chance to look at them, because one thing is that we transfer them, but we also looked at through the disks and say, this one is rare, this one is missing, or this one we need to make sure is working, so we can actually do a special transfer if it's needed, or we need to get it fixed if it's broken. Otherwise, if you just have the disk, make sure let us transfer the disks, because I know people say I can do it myself, and that's fine. But then you get to disk number 52 or first box of 8 boxes, they're starting to look and say, I don't think it was a good idea I started. And it takes time. And you have to do it, and sometimes you have to do it in small breaks, and sometimes you do a huge job. I had 3 weeks where I was working every evening because we had to finish a lot of stuff we had to return for X. And it was the first party after Corona. And we have got some discs borrowed, and we actually got some discs in the middle under the Corona, and we couldn't get them back before X. So we were working hard because I was transferring, MDZ was fixing, and I was checking them at some of the other was helping checking that things was working, and we were sure we get everything was done. And sometimes we are not allowed to we're not allowed to check them. We just have to transfer them. Again, it's up to the owner. So if we have our discs, we can try to fix them, and we can send them to the owner and see if we want to get anything fixed, and we will do that.
Excellent. So in terms of the sort of the here and now is obviously you're still all very busy transferring discs and tapes and archiving them, which is a great job, and I think everyone on the scene appreciates it. And if they don't, they should. That's my view. But in terms of the future of preservation and the future of the demo scene aligned to that preservation, obviously you mentioned X as a place where you can obviously get together with people in the scene and archive stuff, and I take it you're going to be at X 2026 and be there in all the glory with the team. So if you are going to X, folks, look out for Mason, he will be there. But in terms of the future, how do you see that future of preservation on the 64?
I would say there's three parts of preservation. There's also all the new releases that we have to remember to get preserved. And one of the parts is that we preserve the release, but sometimes people is doing graphic and work stages, and if they link it to another web page because they couldn't store it at CSTB or some other places, we need to make sure it's kept, because it's fine we do it now, but we also have to admit that some of the older singers who came back is old. So we can end up that they pass away, we can end up the page they started on gets offline and everything. So we have to preserve the new stuff also. Then we have, you say the old stuff. You can get the auction discs, or what I usually call auction disc, is that people buy a computer and buy it with some discs, and they don't know where they came from. And it's, I say, it can be a lucky shot. You can get some where people have bought it from someone who's been selling discs for years. You can get it. You can get such discs that's old scene discs. I've seen scene discs being sold that the guy who bought them never knew the guy was Cena, or he bought them from another guy who bought it from the Cena, and we actually find stuff. But still, we still find stuff, no matter how much disc and what's on the discs. So it's really important to do that. So actually, we hope more people will contribute with discs so we can get more preserved. And I hope that they'll take the discs and make sure the releases get online, or get some of the people, because there's several people on CSTB who's really active uploading, and give them access to the discs and let them upload the stuff so they can get the story preserved. It's just important we get it preserved, because one day it's lost. And it's not even the discs that can be lost, it can be the guy who owned them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can vouch for the fact that over the years I've been very fortunate to meet a number of Commodore 64 musicians, several of which who are no longer with us. So having some of their stuff archived from old games, etc., or the music archive was really important. So obviously the likes of Ben Daglish, Richard Joseph, and obviously more recently Peter Clark, you know, people who've, you know, made a difference, and having spoken to them all and being able to retrieve some of their stuff has been really important, you know, from a sort of musical archive point of view as well. So I think this is the thing. Now we're all getting old, unfortunately. We can't stop that one. So here's a question for you. If someone is genuinely interested in preservation and they want to learn more about preservation, what would you recommend that they do to start learning?
First of all, there's a lot of tutorials about it, but most important is going to transfer disk, get an IC host. I think for the disk originals, they still use the Cureflux for transferring those. I can't remember exactly what it is, because that's my friend in Finland. I usually ask about that, but I think they're still using the Cureflux. But actually, if you're doing the nibble now, you can do the nibble with IC host if you got the updated edition. So that's the first step, because you can transfer with anything, but if you don't have an error block, we can't check it, we can't make sure it's correct. And it's fine, you can take a transfer disk and say, well, the game works. Yeah, but in level 9 or in a demo in part 4, there's actually an error, but you can't see it because the error block is missing. And they actually get a demo transfer that is broken in part 4, or a game who's had bad graphics in level 5 or something like that. So get the IC host and make sure to get something that can do the error block. And then start transferring, start reading about it, ask the communities. There's the Demosu guys, there's the transfer team. But most important, have patience. Because when you sit and have to transfer 1,200 disks, you really have to have the patience to say, I want to do it. And if you think you can look at disks and say, I have 2,000 disks, and you transfer 50 of them and say, well, I do 50 another day. It's much better to say, let someone do it for you. But if you want to go for it, I think it will be great to do. But again,
I think that's it, isn't it? It's a learning process all the time, and I'm sure that you guys are still learning some stuff about when you transfer some rare or obscure discs. That every day is a new learning day, right? So you're learning all the time.
Yeah, we always learn, and we always learn methods and ways to transfer and how to keep the hardware and what to do, because it's no secret. I have killed several disk drives. That should be no secret because I have transferred so many disks. But it's still important that we're doing it correctly and learn every day.
Every day is a school day. I mean, I've seen that from some of the Sid musicians discs that have backed up and archived and managed to get Sid tunes out of back in the day. Back in the days when I was doing HVSC full time, that it's their work. You really want to do them the honor and preserve it properly and liaise with them and work with them and get the stuff out there, provided they're happy with it. I remember, I've got a good story that I can share back with you. I remember Fred Gray supplying a disc to me which had a tune that was basically unfinished but crashed on looping or whatever. And the challenge to me was, you make it loop properly, I'll let you release it in HVSC. What an incentive, right? Managed to fix it. He was happy. He gave me the okay to release it. That was a really good moment, And I think from your point of view, when you've talked about some of the transfer stories that you've had, that's that immense sense of being able to give something back must make you really proud, right?
Yeah, you get happy when you make people happy. That's the most important in this. Some people are really getting happy because they actually get their old stuff preserved, and it's a big part of their life. And now you say, if your people have some sits on disks that haven't got transferred, well, if you don't have a way to transfer it, and it's outside UK, because I guess you will have them in UK, you can also help doing that. It's just say, well, I have my 10 music discs. Can you transfer those and give to you as an example, or give them back and they can give them to you? It's not a question of what we're transferring. It's a question about that we get it preserved and people actually get happy seeing their stuff again.
Absolutely. And I think certainly from all the demos that you've managed to preserve over the years and get some of those out there, provided people are happy with it. I think that, like you say, there's immense satisfaction of being able to not just have the archive preserved, but also, for those who have sent it those discs to enjoy in future as well.
Yeah, exactly. And again, it's some people say it's selfish, but I don't think it is. I know some people will be happy to see their things back because they used a lot of time doing it. And they used a lot of time swapping with people. They used a lot of time working on the computer. Probably also used some time of expensive phone bills, talking to friends, and stamps and everything. And it's just important that we make sure that people get what they need. And if it's a part of the story we can share, it would make them be able to share, it would be perfect.
Absolutely. So if there are people who generally want to get hold of the transfer team, if they have some discs they want preserving, or they want to, start learning and helping you out, how can they get hold of you guys? Where do they need to go?
Of course, you can find us on CSDB. We are also on many of the C64 groups on Facebook, and some people can find c64heaven.com and write me a mail. And I would say, if you mention you have disc, I'm sure people should be able to pick it up and say, get in contact with the transfer team. And like we have in Germany, we have as a child who have transferred a lot of discs for Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And this he's doing a great job, and that's because people say, "Oh, I have no problem sending them inside Germany," as example. But you have to tell people that they have to do it, and have to say, "Oh, you have to contact this guy or that guy, or you have to do it this way." It's just important that they tell if they want to get them transferred, because we can always find people who can help us. And if it's in a location where we ain't and we're not happy to send them, we can find people who want to help the community. Again, with the respect for the owner. That's the most important for us, that you respect the owner, what they want with the discs.
Always. I mean, and that's a really important point. And I think those that do want to contact you for transfers, I'll back you up on this. I'll basically say, you know, these guys look after it, they'll preserve it, they'll only release it if you give them the go ahead. So, you know, by all means, if you're watching this and you have some discs that need archiving, I would say please get in touch with the transfer team via what Mason's just said there. Make sure you get hold of them, and they'll archive your stuff for you and do the great job that you are doing. Great. So just to wrap one final thing, are there any special people that you want to thank over the years for their support, their kindness, their help with preservation that you think deserve a bit of a heads up?
I would say thanks to everyone who have supported this. I couldn't mention special names, but I know I will forget people. But I was, of course, thanks the transfer team, because it really did a great job. But also all the people who just work on this community. I have to pick out one person, and that's because he isn't here anymore, Dervisher Ram. Dervisher Ram was really helpful. He also helped with contacts to other people. His actually, I was a really close friend in the 80s and 90s, and he did an amazing job. And condition wasn't very good at the end, but he transferred so much he could do. And that was, I was really happy when he did it for me. And he transferred the discs, and he said, "I hope they work. I don't think I will be able to retransfer them if there are errors." And that was because it was close to the end. So I have to mention him, but of course I have so many people I could mention. Friends at parties, friends who have supported it, friends we have made fun with. We usually have a lot of fun. Like our good data, Scooby was sleeping with the Swedes and was snoring. So he went into our Danes where we slept because he was more quietly. And some people have seen it. If they have seen a party where we don't have a bed like we have an X, I have my big air bed with me, and people are surprised that I can fill the whole air bed sleeping, and I sleep like a baby when it's there, and there can be noise and everything. But everyone have seen it if they have been at a party where we bought the air beds. I usually have my huge air bed for 2 people, and I fill the whole air bed. So.
You are the starfish, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I would say those special people is everyone, because everyone contribute to anything. It can be a small story. It can be just had a great talk. So for me, it's more special. I have spoken to old seniors at X, where I was like, "Oh, I know who you are." I was like, "Do you know me?" "Yeah, I know you was in this group and this group." And that's really surprised. I mean, I can say I'm a little bit lucky because I see a lot of releases and see a lot of things get uploaded to CSDB, because I keep an eye to what's get uploaded at CSDB, especially for the cracks. So of course I see all the things, and if I see the names, I will say, I remember you, and you did this, you and this. Of course, I have a big knowledge for the games, but I also have some knowledge for demos and the other stuff. But the games has always been my part, you can say.
Absolutely. Well, folks, I think that's about wrapped it up. But I was going to say much thanks to Mason of the transfer team for your time. Much appreciated. And for everyone else watching, enjoy the rest of Transmission 64. And remember, keep it Commodore.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone, and thanks I could attend to Transmission 64, and especially thanks to the Padua guys to make this available.
Thank you.
Huge thank you to Mason and Waz for doing that little talk there. Well, little. I love the enthusiasm Mason has on his face when he talks about this preservation project. It's fun to see.
Yep, absolutely.
That was the party version of the talk. The full director's cut, if you will be on YouTube later on, and you can find the channel there. But go into t64.to/YouTube.
Did you play with a lot of cracked games back in the 80s?
Not a lot. I didn't play a lot of games per se, but I did swap like demos and stuff with other people. There were a couple of games I played, obviously, like Last Ninja, Barbarian, that sort of thing.
Obviously.
Mostly fighting games. And what was it called? Bump Car Racer, I think. The 3D thingy. Was it a Bump Car Racer? I can't remember now. But no, I did not play a whole lot. But yeah. The preservation project is very interesting. I have a bunch of discs here. I think I sent them to Australia at some point. Someone pulled everything out from them. So they are digitized somewhere. I just don't remember where. So maybe I need to have a talk with Mason about that.
Yeah, I remember you looking for other guys on the party as well.
Yeah,
digitize your stuff.
Boz helped me with a couple of the discs that I needed some music source code for my editor, but that was like 3 or 4 discs only. So yeah. So yes, we are soon heading over to our first Compo block, which is music, and it would be very nice if you had all your vote keys ready and you're logged in and all of that. Go to t64.to/vote and be prepared.
Yes, because there is a live voting going on.
It's live voting.
With music, it is probably the most impossible to remember everything afterwards. Yeah. So we strongly recommend you to get your vote keys right now, because if you don't put your live votes whenever the Compo is going on, then it is very hard to remember the entries later on.
Yes.
So yes, and I think that we will take now a short break with intermission slides before we start the Compo, but come back in a few minutes. We will give you a bit of pause to fetch some beer or anything else you want. And we will be back at 5:30.
And Aggressor just reminded me, Stunt Car Racer is the game I'm thinking of.
There you go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Right. We'll be right back with Music Compo.
See you in 5.
64 rolls around again. Time to get online with all of your friends. So get your code done or finish your seal, cause we wanna take a peek at what you did. We extend an invitation wherever you're from. You might just be this year's fish pond. Fish pond, you're my fish pond. Yeah, blow our minds, bring the Compos on. Caused a lot of parties to be delayed. So how can you party without being afraid? Well, Anonym teamed up with Frankie and me. Brian Transmission was born out of necessity. 6 iterations in the past 5 years, with demos for your eyes and sits for your ears. We are here to celebrate what's to come and what's been, cause no virus can kill the Commodore seed. Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide.
Thank you, Makke and TLF, for that awesome
LFT.
track. No, TLF.
TLF. Okay.
Like KLF, but TLF.
All right.
TLF.
I got confused for a moment.
So
Yes.
anytime you hear that track, it means it's a new Compo block.
Yes, and we arrived to the first Compo block of the evening, which is the music competition.
Mhm.
So we have quite a few entries to go through.
We do, and we do hope you have your vote keys and all of that at the ready, T64TO/vote. So, yeah, we are excited. Are you?
Yes, and just a quick reminder before we start the Compo that you can obtain your vote key via whispering or sending a private message on Twitch to Unlock. That's one way. Unlock VTG is his nickname there, or ask in the Transmission64 channel on the Padua C64 Discord, or send an email to keys@transmission64.com and wait a few minutes, of course, for it to arrive. So you can get your vote keys, and then, of course, you can start your live voting during the competition happens.
And also, there's kind of a sub-competition going on. We have a poll up on Discord. To get to Discord, you can go to t64.to/Discord. In the channel, Transmission64, there is a poll that basically asks how many C6481 SIDs are in this Compo. And if you do not have Discord or do not desire to be there, we will keep an eye on Twitch chat, maybe.
Ever so slightly, because that's the most active chat this evening. So most of the chat happens on Twitch, and sometimes it might be even hard to follow for us, but we will try. So, yep.
Indeed. So, are we ready to go?
I think we are indeed. And the first entry will be Proton of Finnish Gold and Echoes from the Past.
Echoes from the Past by Proton there, the first track of tonight. Second track of tonight is Apollyon of Artline Designs with his Plot Twist.
So after a plot twist, there we go. So after Apollyon's plot twist, the third entry is coming up from Soya of Fairlight, which is Gin Tonic for Breakfast.
Thank you for the breakfast G&T Soya of Fairlight, track number 3 there. Track number 4 is from Beat Hawk, same old but new too.
So Beat Hawk took us back almost to the 80s with same old but new too. And the fifth entry is coming up with C6581 of Pretzel Logic and The Falling of Life and Heart.
PETSCII 6581 Pretzel Logic, The Falling of Life and Heart, track number 5. Number 6, or track number 6, is Vincenzo of Lethargy with Lichtverbung.
Lichtverbung, mein Lederhose ist full of electric eels, said Vincenzo, who also said he got bored with funky. We didn't get bored with your funky. But anyway, this was entry number 6 and entry number 7 coming up now, which is coming from Hein of Vision, and it's called Pracker.
Entry number 7 by Hein of Vision, Pracker. Entry number 8 is by Figelhus of Fairlight, It Takes Two to Tack Two.
It Takes Two to Tack Two by Figelhus, followed by the 9th entry of this evening, which is made by Dalazy and Mibri of Atlantis and Triad, which is called Mannschaftserbos.
Yeah. Dalesi and Mibri of Atlantis and Triad, respectively, with the Mannschaft Airbus at entry number 9. Entry number 10 is RS232 of Blazon with Back to the 80s.
RS-232 and back to the 80s. 11th place, well, kind of 11th entry, yes, is a G-Fellow featuring Drax, 8 bits and pieces.
That was 8 Bits and Pieces, entry number 11 by G-Fellow featuring Drax. And entry number 12 is from Noise. Tommy of Noise and Dual Crew Shining. Get 2 for the price of 3.
So get 2 for the price of 3. Sounds like Tommy of Noise was following the inflation that happened lately. And don't forget, people, to live vote, of course. And if you haven't get your vote keys yet, then go to t64.to/vote and obtain the vote keys on one of the 3 possible channels that you can get them, either whisper or private message to unlock on Twitch, ask in the Transmission64 channel on the Padua C64 Discord, which is t64.to/discord, and or email to keys@transmission64.com. And after this little intermezzo, we continue with entry number 13 by Greg Field of Lepshi D and Funky UFO.
Entry number 13 by Greg Field, Funky UFO. Moving on to entry number 14 by Shogun of Elysium and Multistyle Labs with Beat Cut. And that concludes the music compo of Transmission64 2025.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for everyone contributing to this compo. Big clap
hand.
to you
Thank
all.
you so
It's
much.
fantastic. And
don't forget to vote for all of the entries, t64.to/vote. And before we move on to the PETSCII, we will have a short break. What am I doing?
yes, you were doing the right thing, probably. Yes, you are doing the right thing. Yes.
So that will be in about 5 minutes. We will have the PETSCII Compo.
Yes, so you all get a short break and return to watch the PETSCII Compo.
So, what a music compo, eh? We still have one item left on that music compo, the unofficial poll on Discord, which asked how many C6581 versus 8580 SIDs were in that compo. We had some numbers there. There was Diggies only, 0 votes. And then we had a 50-50 split between 30% and 50% of 6581. And we had the winner in the poll, which is 10% 6581 versus 90% 8580. So I am very happy to announce that you are all wrong. They were all 8580s.
Oh, well, but those that eight votes went to the 10% of 6581 and 90% of 8580. Those 8 votes were the closer. So
yes,
if you were there, congratulations, you almost won the poll.
Almost.
And now, for something completely different, we will start our PETSCII compo.
Transmission64 rolls around again. Time to get online with all of your friends. So get your code done or finish your sit, cause we wanna take a peek at what you did. We extend an invitation wherever you're from. You might just be this year's fish bum. Fish bum, you're my fish bum. Yeah, blow our minds, bring the compos on. Caused a lot of parties to be delayed. So how can you party without being afraid? Well, Anonym teamed up with Frankie and Mibri, and Transmission was born out of necessity. 6 iterations in the past 5 years, with demos for your eyes and sips for your ears. We are here to celebrate what's to come and what's been, cause no virus can kill the Commodore C. Ready or not, here I come, you can't hide. Gonna get online and have a party. Ready or not, here we come, you can't
PETSCII, awesome.
Wow. So, yes, this was the PETSCII Compo and 11 brilliant entries. It's amazing what you can do with all these characters.
Yeah, and these are the built-in characters on the Commodore 64 that you only need to press key combinations like Shift and whatnot to get different characters out of it. So it's very tight and nice and compact. And then you can, of course, put some color on it, as you saw. Very, very nice.
Ever so slightly.
Yes.
And
I am still amazed by how they get these pictures out from PETSCII.
Have you ever tried to draw?
I have, and it's always failing miserably.
Maybe at some point should go back to it.
I'll just leave that to the professionals.
Okay, I understand. Okay, so brilliant. Go and vote for the 11 brilliant entries there at t64.to/vote. And if you haven't gotten your vote key yet, you still can. So remember, either in email.
It's never too late.
No, it's never too late indeed. But the best is if you live vote, because then you won't forget about the entries. So
indeed.
Yes. And now we will go straight into the basic one-liner competition.
Yes, and the basic one-liners are basic. It comes with the Commodore 64 built in and all of that. So the rules here are that the program needs to run off of one line only. You can add rem lines, which is a comment line, basically. Basically, not intended. But the program needs to be able to run without those in the program in there. So the rule is one line only. And last year we had some really nice entries in there. So looking very much forward to seeing what they have cooked up this year, all the entries.
So shall we kickstart?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So our first entry is Stone the Crows by Warrior One of Artline Designs and W1 Productions. And basic comment here. Basic one-liner with directory art, running time 20.6 seconds.
Stone the Crows by Warrior One of Artline Designs and W1 Productions. Next up at entry number 2 is Basic Flood Fill by Rand.
So entry number 2 was the shortest algorithm for flood fill on the C64 by Rand. The third one is coming up, which is called the Ripple Clock by Harvey of Amid. And it's a full 24-hour clock in 254 bytes.
Ripple Clock by Harvey of Amid. Next up, entry number 4 is Padua Stamp by LHS of Padua. Stamp everywhere you can.
Yep, after Padua Stamp, the 5th entry is coming up, which is a sprite editor by Alphabet. One basic sprite editor in one line of basic.
A sprite editor in one line of basic. Entry number 5. Entry number 6 is a fully playable downhill racer game in also one line of basic by Logiker of VCC.
So a whole game in one line of basic code, Downhill Racer by Logiker. And the 7th entry is Firemonger. Firemonger one-line intro.
That was the last entry.
One onliner, one one-liner Compo. Yes.
That was indeed one
hell of a one-liner Compo. Yes. Thank you everyone for your entries. And now people, please go vote at d64.to/vote. And of course, you can still ask Unlock for vote keys or keys at transmission64.com. So several ways to ask for that. And
yeah, and as mentioned previously, always better to vote in real time.
Yeah, we definitely recommend to do that because it might be a bit overwhelming at the end of the evening when all those entries are in your head, but you barely can remember some of them already, right? So, yes.
Yes, so we will move on with the interview of Gideon of Ultimate 64. He is interviewed by Marcel Donné, who many of you in the remixing scene know. He was also called Mad 69 back in the 80s. when he did SIDS.
Yes, he is the evangelist of the C64 remix scene, basically.
Yes, and and Gideon and Marcel will talk a little bit of how he got started and what he's doing now and what to look forward to in the future. So take it away.
Good morning, Gideon. Thank you for taking the time for this interview. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. All right, yeah. As you know, I've been pretty busy lately, but right now the first wave of hard work is over. So I'm taking it a little bit slow right now.
Okay, very good. So, please tell us something about yourself, where you come from, your upbringing, and what specifically triggered your interest into going into electronics.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I grew up in Amsterdam in a very peaceful family with both parents, both very loving, very caring, with one older brother. And well, it was just the end of the 70s, beginning of the 80s. I'm from 74 myself. So yeah, the computers started to come a little bit in the early 80s. It was mostly my brother actually that started to develop interest in computers. And so he started with the ZX81 from Sinclair, which was very unstable and couldn't really do that much with it. So later he got the Commodore 64, and I often just sat in his room just looking what he was doing as a little boy, actually, like 8 years old or so, 8 or 9 years old. So I learned a lot from his tinkering with computers, and basically at a certain point I got my own 64 to do my things with it. It was already a couple of years later. I think I was 11 or 12 when I got my first Commodore. And what I really was interested in is also to see what you can attach to it and what you can do with the ports and stuff like that. So one of my very first projects was a temperature sensor to attach it to the pedal ports and just read out the temperature and make a program around it and bring it to school and show it off and those kind of things. Yeah, that was pretty much fun. My brother is a little bit older than I am, so it's 6 to 7 years, more or less. And he went to university to study physics, theoretical physics. And he brought home a book also about electronic circuits. I was already a little bit later. I was already in my teens, and I just started to browse through it, and I found it really interesting. So I just decided to start trying to build circuits, and from there it just developed. I built all kinds of crazy stuff. Like I was really a fan of biking. So I was biking around. We are in the Netherlands, right? So you know how important biking is here in the Netherlands.
Absolutely.
But I loved it, and I was going around on my bike, and I loved everything, like to measure things. So I just had all those kind of kilometer units or odometers that you can attach to your bike. But at a certain point, I wanted to make it digital, so I started to make circuits with counters and stuff like that, and attach it to my bike. Everyone thought I was a nerd. So basically, that's how it started, and then at a certain point, I had to make a decision of what to study after my secondary school. For some people, it's called high school. We only have one period of school after the elementary. So I was a little bit in doubt what to study. At that point, I could study for example, artificial intelligence or electronics. Those are my bits. But at that point, artificial intelligence was not at all what it is now. It was back then completely based on human psychology. So basically, the study was psychology with a little bit of programming or something around it. I don't think I would have enjoyed it very much. Especially back then, I was not a big reader of heavy books and stuff like that. So I just chose the more practical side. Well, I still did theoretical electronics, but technical university. Yeah, and from there I just started, basically.
Nice. And so you weren't per se a hardcore gamer?
Gamer? No, not at all. I kind of skipped over that part. I realized that, but I did collect titles. I had hundreds of floppies with games and stuff like that and programs. It was also a sport to collect and trade. So that's what we certainly did. But a gamer, well, there are a few games that I played. One of those was, of course, Space Taxi, and the other one was Giant Sisters. So yeah, Giant Sisters was really a favorite.
Absolutely. Okay. And what triggered your need to start developing the Ultimate 1541? Did your drive break, or what happened?
The most honest answer: there was no need at all. I mean, let's face it. The Commodore 64, I just put it aside at some point and replaced it with Amiga, and later I got a PC, and so I'm a little bit of a, how do you call it, dissertation. I just left the whole Commodore scene behind me. But I was always curious about FPGAs. So at the university, there was a colleague or another, a colleague and another student, a fellow student, who was very much into FPGAs as well, and we got along very, very, very well. Because I also did the tutorship of digital electronics at university, so I was basically not really a teacher, but someone who helps with the practical experiments there. So digital electronics was completely my thing, and yeah, just to see what I could do with it, I tried to program a 6502 in there. So one of my first projects, actually, to take the Commodore back out of the dust, was to test my 6502. And that was basically one of the very first things that I did, I think back in 2002 or 2003 or so, something like that. And then it was years later that I thought, yeah, okay, well, let's put some things around it. I mean, just the 6502 doesn't do that very much. Although I did replace it inside of the 64 just to test it. Yeah, there was the time that Jerry Ellsworth was also very active in the scene, making her own stuff. And I just didn't want to be, I can do that too, right? I can do the same thing. So I thought, okay, she makes the 64. I mean, we all know that she eventually made the DTV, the Commodore DTV, the joystick. And I thought, well, what she doesn't have is a drive. A floppy drive. So I just decided to make the other side of the line. So that is the first iteration. I just brought it to the Commodore Club here in the Netherlands to demonstrate it. At that point, it was still very, very rudimentary in the sense that I could there was a development kit from Xilinx, and you could attach it to your PC, and then you could upload a disk image with through Ethernet. And then it would behave like a disk drive. That's basically it. No menus, nothing. people were like, "Oh, okay, that's nice. That is actually kind of useful. Can you make it into a product or something like that?" That was not. I was like, "No, not really. It's just a hobby." So I waved it away. And then later, with one of my colleagues at work, we were discussing this, and he said, "Why don't you just use an SD card to put your images on instead of Ethernet, and you can bring it with you, and you don't need a PC." I said, that's a great idea. So thank you, Erno, still for that idea years later. So what we eventually talked about is, okay, if you have the SD card, how are you going to choose images? How are you going to choose which file to use? And because you're kind of blind in a piece of embedded electronics. So he said, well, you do have a display. It's called the VIC. And you have the VIC, and why don't you just use the VIC for it? So I thought, okay, so you mean to say we put it into a cartridge? Maybe that would work. Let's see if we can access the VIC through a cartridge. So then the conversation started. And then I think some months later, I created the prototype, the first 1541 Ultimate. I brought it to the computer club, and people say this is really super cool. So that is how it started. It is not really a need for me, but more like an interest in the building electronics and combining modern electronics with retro electronics.
That's been going on for many years.
Yeah, well, in the beginning, it didn't go on. It was still a hobby project. I mean, we're now talking about 2007. So the first iteration with the Ethernet was 2006.
Yeah.
2007. And at the computer club, there was one guy, I think coming from Sweden, who told me you should make this into a product. I said, the thing is, I worked at a company where I was also an electronic engineer. And I knew how expensive it was to start a product or to have a product manufactured. And yeah, especially in the Netherlands, so the initial costs are immense.
Yep.
So this guy from Sweden, he asked me, how many do you need to produce? So I said, I think at least 50 to just break even. To have a decent price, basically, for a cartridge like that. So he said, you know what? I'll make sure you sell. I don't know if it's 40 or 50. I'll make sure you sell 50. Let's put it like that. So what I did, I just opened an email address where people could just send their interest, and I just mailed around, and I told him, you know what, just give them this email address and let me know how many people want to have it. And that was by the beginning of January 2008, and within a week or so, I had a list of more than 100 people.
Oh.
So I was really surprised, and I was like, okay, maybe I should give it a shot and just try to produce it. So I looked for companies in the Netherlands who could actually do it for a reasonable price. And then, I just made the first Ultimate, 1541 Ultimate, the first iteration, without a case, without anything, just a bare board. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. So you have a product.
Yeah, from that moment I had a product. Once you have a product, you also need to have a company. So because of the there's money going around, there's money going in, coming out, going out, coming in. So for the taxation, I founded the Gideon's Logic back then, and then I had a company and a product all of a sudden, alongside my job.
Yeah, alongside, yeah, sure, why not? Work 2 jobs, why don't you?
In the beginning, it was all just a hobby, you know.
Yeah, and it eats up your time. So just think of it. I mean, how does your family view your hobby?
At that time, I was divorced, so I was alone. So it was pretty easy to spend a lot of hours on these kind of things. A lot of time. It was not really a big issue. So yeah, I just kept it, and my next relationship just fell into it. It was already there. So yeah, I don't know. How do they see it? Yeah, sometimes it's a little bit too much. That's true. But I think, especially in the beginning, I was able to balance it quite well between family life and work and hobby. It was all right. I had my space. She had her space. Yeah.
Are you keeping track of the Commodore 64 scene? Are you involved in any of it?
Well, I think they involve me more than I involve them.
Okay.
Let's be very honest. I'm not a gamer. I'm not a demo coder. Sometimes I get tired of the blue screen with the flashing cursor. But it is super nice to have people that appreciate your work. That is the fuel basically that keeps things burning. I don't know. Is that an answer to your question or not? So.
No, I think so. I mean, I personally go to the X party every 2 years.
Well, now I do too. But
okay, so I'll see you in June.
Hopefully, yes. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I need to register. Let's write that down. That's
amazing to see what they'll be able to pull out of a 64. And
superb.
It's
insane. It's really insane.
So yeah, I'll see you there. I can't wait.
See you there. Especially the SID music. I mean, I'm not really that fond of the SID music per se, but when they play it at X with those super big speakers and the low basses that they get out of it, it is so incredible to realize that it's coming out of almost 50-year-old chip.
Yes, it is. Mind blowing.
Mind blowing, yeah.
Are there any other platforms beyond the Commodore 64 that you're interested in, or maybe start developing hardware for?
No, there's simply no time for it. I mean, it would be nice to touch upon other things, but right now it's also a little bit too late in some way. With the Mr. FPGA, for example, a lot of things have already been developed. So it's like it's okay like this.
You're doing good.
You can only focus on a few things, otherwise it gets messy.
That's very true. So now, shortly, since a short while, you've been involved in the Commodore.net.
That's right.
How did you get involved in that?
Yeah, that's a funny story actually. Well, you know that Perry Fractic is the one who runs that, right? Or who is the first man behind it. Let's put it like that. Initiator. Well, he just emailed me.
Okay.
And I'll be very honest. I had seen videos of him, but since I'm very bad with names, I didn't make the connection. So I had no idea who it was, and I get a lot of emails. So okay, whatever. Because he didn't specify what he wanted from me, really. So it's just like, I want to talk to you. So I dismissed it at first, and then later I heard through other people that he really wanted to talk to me. And then I talked to him, and I understood what his plans were. And it still took quite a while for me to get acquainted with the idea, to start appreciating and loving the idea, actually. So from there it went. And I must say, I'm not employed by Commodore, so it's just, we just have an arrangement. Let's put it like that.
So anything new the community can expect for support and development?
Not really. I just try to keep up with the wishes and requests for the firmware, and that is enough for me right now. I mean, it has grown over my head. I also noticed that in some way it affects my focus at work. So I try to keep things separated as much as possible. But I think there are more interesting technical challenges that I can address at work than in the Commodore scene. So I think it is better that. Well, it's one of the reasons that I accepted Perry's offer is that it would also give me less headaches in the end.
Okay.
Hopefully. It is that other people are going to help me or to help the community by supplying the hardware. That's great. I mean, that's a win for everybody.
Absolutely.
So it gives me the time and the time to breathe.
Very important.
Very important, yeah. So for the time being, I'll just continue to produce and sell the cartridges. So that will be my focus for the coming time.
If you have to talk to a room full of people,
all right,
heavily interested in the Commodore 64 and still make their demos and still play their games, what would you have to say to them?
Never give up what you love. That's basically it.
Absolutely. All right. I think it's time to wrap up. Thank you very much for your time, Gideon.
You're very welcome.
Take it easy, and hopefully we'll run into each other at X.
For sure we will. Now I recognize you. I know who to look for.
All right. You take care.
Okay. Have a great day.
Good day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Marcel and Gideon, for taking the time to do that interview. And of course, Gideon's cartridges and the Ultimate 64, you can find at ultimate64.com.
Yep.
Very, very nice to hear the man himself. And as he mentioned, he will be at X next year. So that's good. So also, he mentioned that Swedish guy, that would be Two Flower, that he talked about too. So we can thank Two Flower for the Ultimate 64 to be here, to even exist. So
yes.
That's very nice.
Mm-hmm.
But we will have a short intermission, and then we will move on to the screen fader compo.
And the graphics compo.
Yes.
Compo block, yeah.
Yes. So but we'll start with the screen faders at 19:30, so about 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, little bathroom break for everyone, and see you in 5.
Toodles.
64 rolls around again. Time to get online with all of your friends. So get your code done or finish your scene, cause we wanna take a peek at what you did. We extend an invitation wherever you're from. You might just be this year's fish bum. Fish bum, you're my fish bum. Yeah, blow our minds, bring the compos on. Caused a lot of parties to be delayed. So how can you party without being afraid? Well, Anonym teamed up with Frankie and me. And Transmission was born out of necessity. 6 iterations in the past 5 years, with demos for your eyes and sips for your ears. We are here to celebrate what's to come and what's been, cause no virus can kill the Commodore C. Ready or not, here I come, you can't hide. Gonna get online and have a party. Ready or not, here we come, you can't hide. Gonna get online and have a party. Pa-pa-ba-doo, pa-doo, pa-doo, pa-pa-ba-doo, pa-doo, pa-doo, pa-pa-ba-doo, pa-doo, pa-doo.
Compo time!
Yay, the third compo block of the evening.
Which is screen fader to start with.
To start with, indeed. And the screen fader compo is all about the transitioning effects from the start screen of the Commodore 64. So what you can do to fade it into something else, basically. Right?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean starting screen.
Not only the start
Transition
screen.
from one state to another.
Who does the best transitions on transmission?
Exactly.
Yes.
And do not forget to live vote, t64.to/vote. And yeah, as mentioned earlier in the stream, much easier if you do it as and when the entries are played.
Yes, and if you still don't have a vote key, then you still can get it from Unlock on Twitch if you send a private message or keys at Transmission64. Yes, unlock. Oh, wow, that's a good one. Yes, so keys at Transmission64.com is the email address as well. And then, of course, on the Padua C64 Discord, you can also reach out. So make sure to get your vote key, so you can live vote, or you can just vote after the compos.
Yes, we have so far gotten more than 2,500 votes. So big applause to all of you who have engaged and been busy voting. We really, really appreciate that. Makes for better results.
Yes, and support for the creators.
Yes. So let's get cracking on these screen faders, shall we?
Yes, let's. And the first entry will be Vintage Computing Corinthia and the Beach Fader.
Vintage Fader by Vintage Computing Carinthia for the first entry there. Second entry is Praise Be the Spiral by Mythical Duck.
So after Praise Be the Spiral, third entry is Squeeze Me by Serato of Finnish Gold.
Push me and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. Oh, Squeeze Me by Serato. Entry number 3. Entry number 4 is Fallen Angels by, Angles by Gideon. Fallen Angles by Gordon. I think it was Gordon.
Gordian.
Gordian, sorry, my bad.
You know, like Gordian tomb.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, behind every one of those doors is a hidden vote key that you should use for voting.
It's like an advent calendar.
Yes, it is indeed.
Only you need an unlock to give you a key.
Ta-da! So many bad puns.
So yes, this concludes the screen fader competition. So please
Big
go
hand.
and vote. The fader coders were fantastic.
Indeed.
Yes, 4 entries. Please go vote to t64.to/vote.
That's the place.
Yes, and now we will carry on with a very popular competition, which is the graphics compo. So are you people ready to enjoy a lot of great C64 graphics?
Take your matchsticks and keep them peeled on the screens.
This is the sound.
jump and think and sound we have never play what do you? Sound boy, turn off the little jump and tin pan sound we have play what do you?
Big hand to the graphics people, the pixel wizards.
Yes, 17 absolutely fabulous entries. So now is the time to go and vote again. Don't forget to vote.
T64.to/vote, as you know by now.
Yes, respect the artists.
Yeah, exactly. Oi, come on, respect the artists.
Yes, absolutely. It's mind-blowing still what
Yeah.
can be achieved on the 64.
Yeah, it's
16
amazing.
colors should be enough for everyone.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so after this really mind-blowing experience, the evening brings us to the first musical act of the evening, night, kind of. Yes.
Plop, plop.
So we have the pleasure to welcome Go280 with his act that is called AVTXT.
Interesting name.
Yes.
I have not seen or heard this one yet, so I'm going to be all ears and eyes.
Well, it's audio video after all, so
It is.
yes, let's get to it.
Go to 80. Wow. Okay. Someone mentioned on the chat on Twitch that this is the C64 scene's response to Kraftwerk.
Yeah, definitely. And almost like a live shader competition as well.
Almost. Yeah.
So, well, really, really mind-blowing. Thank you, Go to 80 for this.
Yeah, even though I hadn't actually heard this set before, I was very right before it started saying it's going to be blippy bloppy.
And
so,
it is blippy bloppy.
Very blippy bloppy and very, very nice.
Yes, absolutely. So, well.
Thank you very much, Go to 80. That was very, very awesome.
Yes.
And there were very many questions on the chat about exactly how it's done. Some hoped for a live synchronization between the 64s.
Mm-hmm.
Others suggested it might be stitched together afterwards. I'm a bit curious too.
Maybe at some point we need to interview him.
Maybe we should. So join us on Slay.radio for that upcoming maybe interview.
Or transmission, who knows? Yeah. So now we will continue the evening, giving you about 10 minutes of break before we actually continue with the well-awaited Compo block of 4K demos and demos of the evening. So I guess everyone can go grab a beer, take a bathroom break, whatnot, because...
And don't forget to comb your hair.
Yeah, and of course, you need to look good for the demo Compo, right?
Absolutely. It's a Thai type event.
Yes, so...
And also, please do make sure you have your vote keys and you're logged in and all that, because it's going to be rapid fire after we get going again.
Yes, and you...
Awesome.
Yes, and tied event, you said black tie, it usually is called. And from the black,
or
from
black
the black thing, we have all these Black Week, Black Friday, and Black everything. And Black Friday is followed by Cyber Monday. And right now you can order a party t-shirt. So this is the first transmission edition where we actually have an official party t-shirt as well, as you can see. And it's shipped from Europe, and you can order it at t64.to/merch. So you will land on the shop. If you type this in, we will also post it again in the Twitch channel. It's a huge traffic going on there. So a while ago I just added it there, but the quality is really great. So it's not really
very,
poor
very
quality
nice
stuff. So that much I can tell. And just check it out. So I'm very proud. Like we achieved the party t-shirt status. Like every party achieves this status after a while. So now we have an official party t-shirt that you can order. And you can have logo only, you can have cat version, you can have without the cat. So there are several versions. And I think now is the time for us to take a little break and return to you with the main event of the evening, which is the main Compo block.
Yes, we start with the 4K and head on right after that into the demo Compo.
Yes, looking forward to that. See you soon.
See you there.
Transmission 64 rolls around again. Time to get online with all of your friends. So get your code done or finish your seal, cause we wanna take a peek at what you did. We extend an invitation wherever you're from. You might just be this year's fish bum. Fish bum, you're my fish bum. Yeah, blow our minds, bring the compos on. Caused a lot of parties to be delayed. So how can you party without being afraid? Well, Anonym teamed up with Frankie and me. Brian Transmission was born out of necessity. 6 iterations in the past 5 years, with demos for your eyes and sips for your ears. We are here to celebrate what's to come and what's been, cause no virus can kill the Commodore C. Ready or not, here I come, you can't hide. Gonna get online and have a party. Ready or not, here we come, you can't hide. Gonna get online and have a party. Pa-pa-ba-doo, pa-doo, pa-doo, pa-pa-ba-doo, pa-doo, pa-doo, pa-pa-ba-doo, pa-doo, pa-doo.
You heard the song, you know what that means.
Yeah.
It means a new compo block.
Yay! And ready or not, here is the main compo block of the evening.
And we certainly hope you are ready.
Well, we are ready at least, so let's see how ready you are. And first, to craft that is made of 4K, 4 kilobytes demo competition. So let's see what the artists, the coders got us today in 4 kilobytes. And we can kick off, I think, the compo with the first entry. Yes.
Well, quick explanation. 4K, 4 kilobytes, 4096 byte is the limit for these entries. So with that said, introduce the first one.
With that said, the first entry is made by Warrior1 of W1 Productions, and the name of it is Box in Space.
Warrior 1 of W1 Productions with Pokes in Space, entry number 1. Entry number 2 is Arthritical Indulgence by Martin Land of Lowtech 64.
So Martin Land and his 4K demo Arthritical Indulgence. And the third entry is made by Genesis Project, and it's called the Shadow DYCP Intro.
That was the 4K entries for today. Thank you so much for those. Obviously, lots of effort went into squeezing all of that code into 4K.
Yes, and that takes us to the next category, which is the main category of the evening. It is the demo compo that's coming up right now. Yes, and shall we kick off with the first entry?
Oh.
Hope everyone prepared their popcorn and everything they have around.
Yes, and also I just need to make a quick mention that thanks to all of you, we have more than 5,000 votes now.
Wow.
More is very, very warmly welcome.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for that. So, yes, are we ready to kick off the demo compo for tonight?
We are.
Yes, okay. So, the first entry is called the Filthy Fitties. And
no, it's by the Filthy Fitties.
By the Filthy Fitties, yes. And it's called Fitty.
Entry number 1. Fiddy, that'll show Drax. He got what he deserved.
Well, he really did. He really did. It almost sounded like a music competition on its own.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, moving on to entry number 2, Not Grumpy by GURP of F4CG and Pixel Punks.
So, yes, there we go. So, second entry was Not Grumpy. And third entry is coming up by Blazon, and it's called Snail House Party.
Entry number 3, Snail House Party by Blazon. Entry number 4 is by Psy and is called Pulse.
Number 4 was Pulse by Psy, and number 5 is Mayday and No Space to Hide.
Mayday, day, day. With no space to hide. Entry number 5. Entry number 6 is from Pixel Punks called Jolly Wee Punks.
This was Pixel Punks and the Jolly Wee Punks, the 6th entry of the evening. And of course, here I would mention happy birthday to Ed Hallon, Pal as well, and Visage of Lethargy. And who did I miss? Of course, Drax, we already know as well. So happy birthday to everyone.
We certainly do know now.
Yeah. And at the 7th entry, we have Mana Mana and Cheek Wizard.
That was Mana Mana with Cheek Wizard entry number 7. And entry number 8, hello Seniors Haven who are having a watch party for this one. It's called For Pete's Sake. It's in memory of Peter Clark.
So, Senior's Haven for Pete's sake, a beautiful tribute to Peter Clark.
Very beautiful.
Yes, thank you for that. Entry number 9 is Xenon and Halloween 5. It's a kind of magic.
Entry number 9, Halloween 5, It's a Kind of Magic by Xenon. Entry number 10 is Ski Jumper from the Ashes by VCC.
Ski Jumper from the Ashes into Space, I guess, by VCC. Nice cooperation there. Entry number 11, made by Fairlight, and it's called A Fair Glow.
Entry number 11, a fair bit of fair glow from Fairlight. Entry number 12 is from Genesis Project and Extend. We are the anomaly.
Entry number 12, Genesis Project and Extend. We are the anomaly. And that concludes our demo compo for tonight, people. Give a clap to everyone. Thank you so much for...
Big hand.
Thank you so much.
Those were awesome.
Yeah, it's, well, it's going to be hard to vote, but now get your votes in at t64.to/vote because you don't have that much time left to do so. Approximately 15 minutes, I think.
Something like that, yes.
If Frankie confirms that.
Then we will need to count all the sticks we gathered and see who won.
Yeah, exactly. So give us a little time meanwhile, but cast in your votes now because we need them very, very shortly and voting closes in approximately 15 minutes. So please go and vote now. And meanwhile, the voting happens. Still, we have Zyron to entertain you a little bit because he has his Paramiamix. That is the second musical act of the evening. So we are looking forward to that as well. And remember, meanwhile, Zyron is playing, the voting will close. So how much time, how many minutes we got exactly? Just
about 15.
About 15, okay. So about 10:15 Central European time, the voting will close. Please go vote now. And of course, remember that this is the first transmission party with a party t-shirt, so you can go and get your party t-shirt as well at t64.to/merch. So
yes. And if you want to find out more about Zyron, you can find his homepage at zyron.c64.org. He has a bunch of his playlists or DJ sets on there as well. So head over there and have a look after, obviously, you have watched his set here.
Yes, and now I think we can carry on with Paramiamix, right? Yes, okay, so let's go with it.
See you on the other side. Yeah.
So,
Thank you,
Zyron.
Zyron.
And a long mix of Parallax and every other tunes that we know and love. So yeah, fantastic mix. And this brings us to the last part of the evening, but also a well-awaited one, the prize giving.
Indeedly do. It is indeed time for some prize giving. And I think we'll maybe start with that and then have all the other stuff after.
Yeah, that's the plan. So, well, maybe we should start to say that we had nearly 7,000 votes coming in. So you people are fantastic. Thank you so much.
A hair from 7,000.
Yeah, it's
so
like
thank you very, very much.
Bit.
That was awesome having so many votes, which means good result, hopefully, for everyone.
Yeah. Would you also think we had like over 1,100 unique viewers?
I would think so.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it says so right there.
Well, I guess so, yeah, if you checked the stats. But that's an impressive number as well. Of course, that means everyone popping in, popping out during the evening. So, yeah, not like at the same time on Twitch, but at different times on Twitch. But that's a really impressive number as well. So, yes, you people are, again, fantastic. And over 240 people felt like sharing their thoughts on the chat as well. So,
on Twitch, that is. And there's some people on the transmission or Padua, I guess, Discord as well. But most of the chatter happened over at Twitch. So awesome there as well. Thank you for that.
Yeah, indeed. And I guess not much left, but let's bring us to the first category because we want to know how the music compo ended.
Okay.
We are waiting. 3, 2, 1, fire.
Okay, so what do we have here?
Look at that. Okay, so
sorting.
There we go. So, wow.
So, third place with score of 7.656.
And with a sum of 689 points.
Yes. Was G Fellow with featuring Drax with 8 bits and pieces.
On the second place, we have Greg Feel of Lepshi D, and I'm just thinking it's Lepshi because they are Poles mostly, so sorry if I didn't pronounce that right, but Funky UFO landed at the second place, and this had 729 points with a score of 7.837. And
spot number 1 was me. Oh no, it wasn't. It started with S. So I assumed
you
it was
already
me.
thought, yeah, right? No.
Or the sum of 790 and a score of 8.876 came Shogun with Beat Cut. Big hand.
Congratulations!
For the top 3 here. The rest of the results will be announced in various places, of course.
Yeah, and pretty sure that they will get up to scene.org and ftpscene.org. This
and
is
Demozoo and other places, yeah.
Absolutely, and we gotta add, if you don't know it yet, that of course the score is the most important, the quality. So it also matters, like how much points did you give the entry, not only the sum of the points. Okay, I guess we can carry on with the next category, which was the PETSCII competition. The tension.
Mm-hmm.
The tension and the waiting.
Come on, count down faster.
Yes. Okay, so from the third place, at the third place, we have Almighty God from Atlantis and Access, yes, and we had a hard time reading that now, but yes, it's Cybortech, and it had 795 points.
Second place got 841 points, and it was Mr. Toucan by Primex of Avatar and Boom. And drum roll, please.
Yes, because the first place goes to Warrior 1 of Artline Designs and W1 Productions for Old/Young, with a summary of 963 points. And
nice.
Yes,
Awesome.
very well done. A lot of entries there. So
yes, very colorful and nice. I like that.
Yeah, one would never think it's possible.
And again, those are the things I leave to the professionals. I do not do PETSCII at all.
You keep telling this, but
yes.
I see there's something sparkle in your eyes.
Yeah, it's a fun thing, but
right.
Yeah.
Yes, it must be. Okay. Next category is the basic one-liner competition. And the weight.
It needs to count all the votes.
I know. This waiting time just killing me. Okay, so. Okay.
And third place we have LHS, or is it 1HS? I cannot actually.
LHS, I think. It's L.
Yeah, LHS of Padua with 707 votes for Padua stamp.
Yes, and second place is Logicare of VCC, and Downhill Racer, of course, 798 points.
Nice.
A fantastic job indeed.
And in first place, with a total sum of 813, we have Firemonger with Firemonger one-line intro.
Online intro.
Yeah,
it's an online intro.
Big hand to the basic one-liners.
Yes. Great job, everyone. Thank you so much for the contributions again. And then next category is Screen Fader Competition. Here we had 4 entries, so let's see how they end up. And look at that. So third place is Vintage Computing Carinthia and Beach Fader with 658 points.
Big hand. And second place goes to Gideon, 877 points for his Fallen Angles.
Still not angels.
Yes, still angles.
Still
much.
angles, yes. And who's the winner of Screen Fader Competition? It is Serato of Finnish Gold with Squeeze Me and 893 points. So, yeah, we got a lot of votes, and that's always showing a nice difference between the entries. So it's so much better to count with them than when we have a tough competition and close points. So really, really good. Okay, that brings us to the graphics competition with a lot of entries, potentially.
Lots of good entries.
Yeah, indeed. And now we wait. Loading music, elevator music. Waiting.
There we go. Third place with 949 points go to Mikael of Pretzel Logic with Peekaboo.
Second place goes to Sulavi of Virtual Dreams and Extend and Disintegration with 1030 points.
And the winner is Gimme Groove with Sarge of Fairlight and Bonsai with a whopping 1,045 points. Congratulations.
Yep, again.
That was a really, really nice compo with lots and lots of nice things in it.
And it's so hard to choose. It's always so hard to choose. It's just, yeah. Yeah, okay.
4K demo.
Next category, a little bit easier. We had 3 entries here, so let's see how they ended up. The silence and the waiting.
Waiting for the bars.
And on the 3rd place, we have Martin Land of Low-Tech 64 and Arthrical Indulgence with 534 points.
And in 2nd place, we have Warrior 1 from W1 Productions with 554 points with Pokes in Space.
Not that big difference
Very close.
Here. Yeah, indeed. And the winner is Genesis Project with a Shadow DYCP intro and 709 points.
Ooh.
Congratulations again.
And finally, the big one.
We arrived to the end category, the most important category of all demo parties, which is the demo competition, obviously.
Yes.
So, last category to cross our fingers for, and I think we can start the countdown.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. You wanna know?
Yes.
Now. Lots of great entries here.
Yeah, exactly.
Also to own music competitions in there.
Yeah.
and
Yes.
Who is announcing first?
3rd place with 809 points is Xenon with Halloween 5. It's a
kind of magic.
It's a kind of magic, yes. It's a kind ... Sorry.
Yes, it's a kind of magic. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, 2nd place. Fairlight ended up at the 2nd place with a Fair Glow with 903 points.
And the winner, We Are Anomaly by Genesis Project and Extend with 996 points.
Only 4 points away from 1,000. So, wow. Okay. Well, need to rewatch the entries, and
we shall,
of course, we shall congratulate you all.
We shall share in a cheer for the winners of all the competitions and also every single participant in every compo. It was absolutely amazing. Hold on, I need it. There we go. Some.
Yeah, thank you. You all deserve such a big champagne glasses for all the entries and, of course, all the votes as well and your participation. So now I just don't know where to put it. Right. Okay.
It's fine.
Looks good. Well, okay. So I guess this concludes Transmission64 as it is, but don't go anywhere, because one of the most important parts that we need to say a lot of thank yous for everyone who made this happen. And trust me, this was a big group of people. So
also, one more point before we get there.
Yes.
All the votes, obviously, cast by the viewers, i.e. you. Hello, hi, you. Yes. You. So thank you again for all of that. We really, really appreciate that. Also, the winners will get a diploma or winner certificate of some sort that will be downloadable. Printable in PDF format, presumably, created by the lovely Ziona right here. So we will be in contact with each and every one of you. So yeah, with that, now again, the team.
So, well, first of all all the contributors again of the entries, the voters and the viewers that we would like to say thank you for keeping up with us here for around 8 hours and spending the evening with us and joining in with all your chatters and joy and everything. And then, of course, there is a team, and without them, this wouldn't be possible. So
Yes.
we are really, really thankful for everyone for the behind-the-scenes help. And let us start with a burglar and aggressor with the Votox and sysadmin and general help. Then Frankie leading the broadcast and tech setup. It would be absolutely impossible without him. And
yeah, I've seen the cables. I'm impressed.
Yes, he just put everything into such an order, and he was always there. And it's just incredible how many months of planning such an event takes. And yeah, you wouldn't believe it. So it's crazy what these guys did. And then, of course, thanks to Aggressor for handing out the vote keys and Unlock as well, who also took care of the social media and video editing. And, well, everything else came up, I guess. And then T101 for Partyman slides. Of course, we had all those nice slides and shout outs to all the other parties that are happening or will happen in the future. And Kurato of RBBS for Jitsi, because this is how we keep contact with each other. So meanwhile, the party, we are in constant communication with the guys. And Anonym definitely did something too, who wrote himself here, yes?
I think it would be nice if we could get Anonym and the rest of the guys on the stream here. So we can see, kind of interrogate him a little bit as to what exactly he did here.
So he did everything, basically, yes, Anonym. So yes, please, guys, come all of you to the screen so everyone can see you, not only in the background.
Yes. And while you're preparing to do that, we will also want to thank the acts and the guests and whatnot. We have Go280 with his set, as well as Zyron with his set. Really fun, different sets. Mason of the transfer team, interviewed by Waz of Padua, and Gideon of Ultimate 64 fame, interviewed by Marcel Donné, and Makke and TLF doing that It's Voting Time little Sid and lyrics rap video or rap song.
And Slaygon for the video of that, yeah.
And every single one of you who posted an entry for the competitions really wouldn't happen without all of you, and every single one of you out there watching and listening and folding your laundry while doing so. Awesome job. Really appreciate every single one of you.
Yes.
So please, do we have people on the behind the camera somewhere? Could you come out of hiding?
Hello.
There we go. Hi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. There we go.
There we go.
So there's Frankie down in the bottom corner, and then we have Anonym, Unlock, and Aggressor in here as well. Cool. Awesome. So Anonym, could you briefly describe what it is you do here?
If I only knew. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you two, Ziona and Slaygon, for doing such a great job moderating once again. And we're so happy to have you on the team because you did much more than just moderation. So thank you for that.
Potato.
Well, thank you so much.
And
other than that, I just try to have fun, you know?
Yeah.
That's really the idea.
And Frankie, have you gotten yourself entangled in all the cabling over there?
I don't know if I go out on the stream. I hope so, else I have pushed the wrong button. But the cables are on the other side of the desk, so over here I'm okay.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Good. So you're stuck behind the desk now.
Well,
And yes, you're going out on the stream.
there is an escape route somewhere. Next to the pony that's watching me through the window.
And unlock aggressor. It's so nice to actually have you helping out. Oh god damn it! Where is my keys? I'm looking for this doohickey over here. Sorry guys. There we go. So where are we? There. Right, unlock. Any last words before we wrap this thing up?
Thanks everybody for voting. I sent out many vote keys. That was great. And this was my job during the event.
And many votes were the result of that. So awesome work. An aggressor?
Any words?
No. No, he's just lurking. But he's here.
Yep, he is with us indeed. So yeah, also still thanks to me, Brie, as well for figuring this out with the Padua guys. So yeah, incredibly great concept, and I think it's one of the best things that COVID brought with itself. Unfortunately, a lot of bad things, but this is one of the good outcomes. Transmission64.
Sofa Sceners unite.
Yes, exactly. So, and this is the party where that everyone can visit, basically, regardless where they are in the world. So.
Yes. And yeah, all the bits and pieces from tonight will be on the Transmission64 YouTube, t64.to/YouTube. And also, don't forget these, t64to/merch.
Yes, and I think we didn't mention, but Slaygon was day and night on his rendering machine to render animations.
Stupid cats.
And doing a lot of video cutting job as well. So basically, well, this was his job in the last few weeks. Basically, he was totally focused on the party preparation. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you. Potato to you too.
Okay, potato to everyone. Indeed. So, and of course, don't forget that you can wear the Transmission64 t-shirt from now on, because Transmission64 opened its store. So make sure that if you go to the page, t64.to/merch, you stay on the European page, because even if you are in the US, this is where you will be able to order from. So the store is shipping from Germany, I think.
The US store should come up in a few days once we have copied over everything from EU to US, because they're separated.
Okay.
Excellent.
So hopefully you heard it. So the US store is coming in a few days as well. And then you will be able to order from there too. And
yes. And also a big thumbs up to those who already ordered mugs and t-shirts and whatnot off of the shop.
I think currently we are at 20 t-shirts, 3 mugs, and 1 messenger bag.
Nice.
Wow, cool.
Nice.
Okay. Well, you never can have enough mugs. I mean, everyone has thousands of mugs, right? But you can always have another one, right? That's how it works. So
yes, thank you so much for tonight, and see you, I guess, for the next one.
Yes. We are still absolutely overwhelmed by the quality of the productions here and everything. Will there
we haven't decided anything yet. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's something for the post-mortem meeting after we go online, okay? Let's just make some clear boundaries here that we haven't decided this yet.
Hence, I guess, in quotes.
I guess. I hope.
You mean the next one in 5 years? Oh, okay.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I didn't say when.
Also, a small thing to Jimmy, who has been posting from the US about demo parties in the USA. Look at demoparty.net. It will list every party in the world, including the ones in the US. I know that Ad Party is still taking place, and there are some others as well that I don't know from memory right now. But demoparty.net is your go-to for every demo party out there, Europe, US,
And Demo Splash is pretty close to where Jimmy is.
And Demo Splash is indeed close. That was the one I was looking for. So thanks for helping there.
Yeah, of course. And every party is our friend, basically. So
so hello, every party.
Yeah, hello, every party. Hopefully didn't forget to mention that. So shout out to CompuSphere and Experience again. They happen just at the same time as we speak.
Yes, incidentally, we're meeting Theo tomorrow.
Yes, exactly.
And before I forget, come to rsync in Belgium, January 9 and 10.
Yes,
then
sounds
you
good.
can
At
see
some
all
point
this
we should
setup
make it
actually live because we're going to be using it over there.
So you can stumble over all of your cables in real life.
Yes.
Yeah, love the idea.
I'll be there. I'll be there this time.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, we should think about it maybe.
There's plenty of hotels next to the party place. It's next to a train station. So yes, demoparty.be and register yourself, get your ticket, and we seem to have beer.
You seem to have,
Ever so slightly.
I've heard that Belgium has some of that, yes.
Not a beer person, but I love Belgian beer, just saying. Yeah.
Oh, we might be able to help you.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And then, of course, next year.
I will leave you guys be because I need to use this machine to play the end video.
Ah, right.
Yes, so we would like to say again thanks to everyone with us. Yes, bye. Yes, okay.
Right, see you guys.
Okay, Captain. See you, everyone. See you next year.
We can still talk while he puts the video out.
Yeah, we can still talk. Yeah, we're out now, aren't we?
No.
I was kidding. I know we're not. Okay, so final goodbye. Thank you so much for being here and spending a little bit of time on this demo party.
Thanks, everyone.
A little bit.
Bye.
Bye.